Green flag is out for everyone's favorite KA Junior. 206 Senior Medium to the grid and 206 Heavy Master to pre-grid. After that, we will have a very brief break before we start with kart for the pre-final at 10:45.
Probably, this whole field is close. There's only 4
Green flag is out for LO 206 Senior Medium. 206 Master Heavy Supermaster, you are on the grid now before you are the last karts on track for the practice. Pre-final will begin at 10:45 with kid karts, 5 laps.
Dude, I fucking love that guy. Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. He fucking whooped first laps out at WRP ever, so we'll see how it gets around. I was trying to get him to come last night, but he lost next year last week to like come out last night. He's fucking awesome. He's great. He just chills. Hangs out, you know. Yeah, he's right there. This is new for me, baby. He's gonna take him a couple seconds. Yeah, well, he'll take him to the end of the final. Yeah.
This is just another friendly reminder that if you are on the grid and near any mics, your voices may and can be picked up.
Yeah, well, you're on 206. Let's fucking warm him up. You're on 206.
Yeah, dude, I was pumped to see him whoop their ass off.
Yeah, it was good.
Was he just out there by himself? Or
Yeah, no, I was too busy out there.
When your baby did?
September. Yeah, soon, fucking soon. Too soon.
Girl or boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, name picked up. Hated it?
Yeah.
Yeah, all pumped up. Awesome.
She's ready to get him out.
I fucking bet, dude. It's gonna suck. Oh yeah, I'm gonna come see you.
checkered flag is out for Briggs 206 Senior Medium. 206 Heavy Master Supermaster is on track next. Following them, we will begin our pre-final races. Kid Kart will be first, followed by Kid Kart Novice. You're going to want to start thinking about heading to the grid.
On the live stream, so everything you are saying and all the noises you are making, anyone watching can hear.
Yeah, Tank kept talking in it.
No, you're not touching it.
Can I say something?
checkered flag is out for 206 Masters Heavy. This will move us into our pre-final part of the day, starting with Kid Kart. Kid Kart to the grid, please. Kid Kart Novice right behind them on pre-grid. 206 Senior Medium, you want to start thinking about making your way to the grid.
Quicker than normal, which is perfect for us. We don't quite have it yet. We're going to go ahead and let everyone else. How long are we going to be just sitting inside? Do we want to stay here? Okay. Mike didn't want to sit down, but we're back. We're gonna roll them out and then get grid and then do it. It's gonna be about 5 minutes before we get back.
Kit Karts are making their way onto the track, meaning that the grid is clear for Kit Kart Novice. Kit Kart Novice, please make your way to the grid. 206 Senior Medium to pre-grid.
They get down there and get these kids anticipated and they're just sitting there.
Because she's only 4. if she doesn't go to this pre-final, she has permission to take it off the take one off. And then
I'm gonna get Diesel where he can run drag strip. Watch the flames. Because he doesn't take his eyes off. Said they had everything ready.
Hey, Chris, quit picking your nose.
you know that's live streaming right now. Can I just grab the quad? I could just grab the quad.
Let's go, baby.
Diesel's
They
just
said bring them out there because they had it all stored away now.
so was Tyler. Oh, I see a drone. Can you just... Oh, I see the drone. I see the drone more. There's a drone. There's a drone. There's a drone. Are we green?
Tell us again. We didn't hear you.
What are they doing? They're burning the clutches. They're doing what? Dude, the cameras would be going 2 miles per hour. Ha! What, yeah? Let's go! We're getting bored up here. We're bored! I just go learn out there before? Alright, hey! The drone! The drone! I'm gonna go take a nap. Tell me when this stuff starts. What? Green, green, green! No, not yet, not yet. Okay, so you just want to go sit in your cart and shake? Not yet. Green, green, green.
Hey, you got one raising his hand.
I mean, Eddie was trying to come back to get ours. Waiting on you guys.
Come on, Cam.
Come on, guys. Just wait, the grid already. Jesus. At least 15. They're going to be going back. There's a 6.
All right, mine's up.
Come on.
Go.
I'm bored. Oh, that's why they have the red and the pitch stuff. They have a red every red. Stop running the clock. Turn the cars off. They're going to go to your house.
Timing was weird.
Kind of weird, that's why.
I didn't think it was there. They said they had a fish before they brought them out there. They could have been sitting here in the
Well,
shed.
in the lineup, and then pick up.
Dude, I mean,
All right,
that's gonna die with time and the cart's gonna run out.
here we go.
I'm gonna bring it back. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Finally. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
green flag is out for Kid Kart. Green flag for Kid Kart. Kyler Hendrickson gets a good start as he keeps the lead as they go into the first turn. The 141 of Diesel right behind him in P2 with Chase Collin P3. Kid Kart on track now, meaning that you have about 4 laps to make sure you are on the grid. Kid Kart Novice. Kid Kart Novice to the grid, while Senior Medium for 206 to the pre-grid. Looks like the 95 of Kyler Hendrickson is still in the lead as he pulls out a gap into the first lap. Heading down to the southern hairpin, the field stays the same as we have a spin. Looks like Diesel spins out from second place. Kyler Hendrickson pulling about a 3-second gap for the lead after just 2 laps ahead of Audrey Luttrell. Grace Geis will move herself up into the 3rd podium position after Diesel has a spin and drops back to 9th. Jackson McNeely is currently in 4th, followed by Chase Call, Zachary Pleak in 6th, Kai Skipper in 7th, and Harper Smith in 8th. Flagman showing 2 to go as Kyler Hendrickson keeps on dominating the field as he heads down into turn 1. Meanwhile, further back in 3rd, there is a fight for the final podium position between Grace Geis, Jackson McNeely, and Chase Call. Kyler Hendrickson takes the white flag, pulling out a 7-second lead as there was some slight contact in the inner hairpin and 2 karts are off in the grass. Kyler Hendrickson is leading from Audrey Luttrell in 2nd, Chase Collin 3rd, Grace Geis in 4th, Zachary Pleak, Kai Skipper, Jackson McNeely, Harper Smith, and Diesel Maxwell back in 9th. Checkered flag is out for Kyler Hendrickson as he will take pole for the final. After Kyler is Audrey Luttrell, about 8 seconds behind him is Grace Geis will take the final podium position in our first heat race. Chase Call will finish in P4, followed by Zachary, Kai. Diesel will be in 7th, followed by Harper Smith and Jackson McNeely. With the Kid Kart race over, Kid Kart Novice, you are on track next. 206 Senior Medium, you will inherit their grid positions. In 206 Junior, please make your way to the grid. Here we go for kart novice, and the green flag is out. Enzo will jump Parker on the start. Enzo into the lead. The number 2 of Stella Hendrickson struggles to get off the line, but there she is catching up to the 10 as she looks to make a pass down the backstretch. Parker Moore with a comfortable lead out front as Enzo gets passed around the outside. The 27 of Enzo pulling out a comfortable lead to start this race as they head down to the inner hairpin for the first time. Back in the battle for 4th, we have some karts getting close. Enzo continues to dominate the field as he begins to pull out about a 4 or 5 second gap as he has a slight spin but saves it out of the southern hairpin. Back for the fight for the last podium position. It is a tough fight between Stella, Amy, and Max. Kart off in the grass in the southern hairpin as they get bumped off as they head down into the braking zone. Can't quite tell who that is, but it looks like Stella is continuing to go and maybe the 10. As you can see on the replay, there was definitely some contact as they went down into the southern hairpin. But meanwhile, out front, Enzo continues to work on his lead, pulling out about 5 seconds between Parker and second. All the way back for the final podium position is Stella, about 27 seconds behind the leader, as Enzo will take the white flag. Kart Novice is on track right now. 206 Senior Medium, you should be on the grid right now, followed by 206 Junior moving up next. Enzo spins in the southern hairpin as they come up to the checkered flag, which means Parker might have a chance as they come into the inner hairpin for the last time. But it looks like Enzo is doing better into this section as he continues to pull out the lead. 66 has a slight spin and loses out on time as we see the 10 finish with the white flag. And here comes Enzo winning his heat race. Enzo in P1 with Parker following up in second. Here comes third place as Stella Hendrickson crosses the line in P3, sealing out her inside line behind front row. The number 28 comes to finish in P5. As Kid Kart Novice works their way to the stalls, it is time for 206 Senior Medium to take their track for the pre-final. 206 Junior, please make your way to the grid with 206 Junior Sportsman behind them on pre-grid. Here we go with our 206 Senior Medium. Brennan Hanville will start on pole, followed by Braden Johnson on the outside. Adam Maxwell in P3 with Mark Sell back in 4th. Evan McCorkindale on the inside line with Eli Fox on the outside. Jared Howerton in 7th. Kyle Raymond 8th. Mason Green 9th. Dylan Howerton in 10th. Tyler Kearns will be in 11th. Brady Sevenfield 12th. Gavin Baird down in 13th. Lay Settles will be down in 14th in the number 1 kart with Braden Mayfield on the inside line on the back row in P15. This will be a quick 6-lap race with our 15 karts out here. Here they come, gridded up to the green flag. Warming their tires, working on their hand signals as they're getting to slow down before we go. Green, green, green. Looks like Brendan Hanville will hold the lead in turn 1, but Braden Johnson is still right behind him as everyone's jostling for position using multiple different lines through the first 2 corners. Everyone's almost single file by the time we get to the backstretch, but this is where the draft's going to kick in as they head down the longest straight into the Bank Daytona turn. As we have contact in the back of the field, Brady Sappenfield narrowly misses some contact with Mason Green as they safely escape through the grass. Headed down to the inside hairpin, looks like we will still have the green 507 of Brennan Hanville in P1. 26 of Braden Johnson, followed by Adam Maxwell in P3 as they fight for the podium positions in the front row as we head into our final. Again, with 206 Senior Medium on track, that means 206 Junior, please make your way to the grid. Junior Sportsman to pre-grid. Using the draft hooked up together with their bumpers as they head to the down hairpin, no one's going to stick a nose to the inside, but it looks like we're still going to be everyone nose to tail, about 7 spots back as we head into nearly halfway for this race. We have some two wide action as everyone gets bumped to the outside, now to the inside through the swooping first parts of our track. Looks like Eli Fox may have taken the lead. The leaders trying to use each other as a draft, trying to push as far ahead as they can to make sure that they'll secure their front row positions. But that's not going to happen as everyone is still grouped together nose to tail for those first 8 positions. Looking to the inside, it appears one of the Maxwell karts, as it looks like he gets around Brendan Hanville for P2. Still some more side-by-side action further back as they now go back to single file and try to get the best exit they can onto the backstretch. Bumping, bumping, bumping. Brendan Hanville falling back to P3 after starting on pole is trying to get back onto the front row. '26 in the lead, followed by Adam Maxwell, Brendan Hanville in P3, Eli Fox to 4th, Mark Stell in 5th, Evan McCorkindale 6th, Jared Howerton, Kyle Raymond, Dylan Howerton, and Tyler Kearns will wrap up your top 10. Gavin Barrett is down to the 11th after moving up a few spots. Braden Mayfield in 12th, Brady Sappenfield 13th, Mason Green, and Clay Settles. Seven karts all separated by just 1 second as we head closer and closer to the end of this race. Anyone has a chance to get the podium positions here as they try to set up the grid as they go 3 wide down into turn 1. Looks like they'll clip the grass as whoever was on the outside pulls off the over-under and will hold on to the lead. Looks like the leader might be stuck out a little on their own, so if the pack behind works together here, they will be able to use the draft and get back up there, as everyone wants the best starting position they can for the final coming up here later today. Everyone's still being smart and clean as they head down to the southern hairpin as we come up to take the checkered flag. The 147 will make a move to the inside as he inherits the lead. 141 of Adam Maxwell will take the win. Adam Maxwell will have the pole for the next race as Braden Johnson will finish in second. Mark Stell, Eli Fox, Evan McCorkindale, Jared Howerton, Brendan Hanville, Dylan Howerton, Kyle Raymond, and Tyler Kearns will be your top 10 for the pre-final. .206 senior medium will pull off the track, meaning .206 junior is about to head out. Junior sportsmen, please make your way to the grid with .206 senior heavy right behind him on pre-grid. show as 206 Junior will take the track. 206 Junior is on track now with Junior Sportsman moving up behind them on grid, and 206 Senior Heavy to pre-grid. After an intense senior medium race, this will be a hard one to fight up with, as we had some 3-wide action through the S's at the beginning of the circuit. Starting off in P1 is Sam Tutwiler. P2 is Christopher Uti on the outside. Thomas Anthony in P3. Lane Gibbs in P4, starting on the outside of the second row. Dane Van Dyke, Gage Justiniano, Maddox Hooper, Ryder Santos, Phoenix Tencombe, Lucien Laser, and Braden Cathell, rounding out the 11 karts in this race. Junior trying to get ready here as they grid up and head through the lanes as we look at our head flagger, Adam Boros. Will we go green? We will! Sam Tutwiler on the inside as we get dicey action behind. Lane Gibbs moving up into almost P3 as he tries to look to the inside, still holding P4.
Yeah, let's work together.
Some side-by-side action behind as we get a little bit of contact, but everyone is still thankfully pointing the right direction. Sam Tutwiler out on his own as he heads into the banked corner after going through the switchback, but behind we have karts working together as they try to push their way up and fight for the lead in this pre-final. After Sam Tutwiler, looks like Thomas Anthony has jumped up one position as we have Christopher in the 33 right behind. Lane Gibbs in P4 in the number 4, and Dane Van Dyke in P5. The top 5 only split out by just a second. This is still anybody's race. And it looks like the 2 karts behind are trying to work together the best they can and draft up to Sam Tutwiler as they get closer and closer throughout the straight, but it looks like Sam might be geared just a little bit longer as he will pull away as they get into the higher revs. Lane Gibbs and Dane Van Dyke behind have separated just a little bit, but hopefully Lane Gibbs and Dane can work their way back up to the front. Now the top 3 nose to tail as we head into the first few corners. 17 takes a look to the inside with the 33 right behind him. 17 will take the lead ahead of Sam. Lane Gibbs looking right to the back bumper of the 17, trying to see if he can get through. Sam Tutwiler trying to set up a pass on the backstretch, but instead he'll give him the bumper as they work together to try to give the most speed they can, preserving their front row position. The 17 of Thomas Anthony will keep off Sam for just another lap as he goes a little bit defensive. But we also have Dane Van Dyke trying to go for a pass on Lane Gibbs. Lane Gibbs will hold his position around the outside, but this is when you want to start working together to get a highest qualifying position as you can for your final. Again, Junior Sportsman to the grid, followed by Senior Heavy to pre-grid. Micro Mini, you're going to start thinking about making your way there. As they're side by side going through the switchback, Sam will retake the lead ahead of Thomas. Christopher Uti is right behind, trying his best to make sure that he will stay in the top positions. Here they come nose to tail to the 2 laps to go signal. Sam, Thomas, Christopher, Lane, and Dane. Behind them in 6th is Gage Justiniano with Maddox Hooper, Ryder Santos in 8th. Dominic Stancombe, Lucien Laser, and Braden Cathell will be your top 11 karts in 206 Junior. Meanwhile, back at the front, looks like they've separated a little bit as they still try to get as close as they can with the draft. Sam with about a 3 or 4 kart length advantage ahead of Dane Van Dyke and Lane Gibbs pushing behind. Lane Gibbs will pass Dane Van Dyke on the inside in the southern hairpin, trying to get his way back, but he will lose a little bit of speed and Dane Van Dyke will have to recoup right behind. E4 and 5 not wanting to be out of the fight, trying to get their draft right back up to the front, but it looks like Sam will keep on staying ahead of the 2 karts right behind the 17 and 33. There's still about half a lap left, so anything can happen. The 33 and the 17 have hooked up on the bumpers as they try to push their way towards Sam, trying to lock out that front row. 17 will stay ahead as the 33 as they now are starting to fight for that outside position on the front row. As we see the checkered flag be ready to be given to Sam Tutwiler. Sam Tutwiler will win the 206 Junior pre-final, followed by Christopher Uti, Thomas Anthony, Lane Gibbs, and Dane Van Dyke as your top 5. Gage Justiniano, Maddox Hooper, Ryder Santos. The 717, frustrated as they come across the line, will be in 9th, followed by Lucien Laser in 10th, Braden Cathell in P11. With 206 Junior making their way back into those scales, Junior Sportsman will be on track next, meaning Senior Heavy will move into the grid and Micro Mini to pre-grid.
That was absolute sketch. I don't know, one of them last kids, I think he purposely did that.
Here is your
Visit,
206 Junior Sportsman with Elam Stoner on pole. Danny O'Gara outside of him as they have the front row. AJ Stoner in P3, Dylan Thomas, Titus Roberts, Kason Henderson in 6th, Colby Hoggard in 7th, Dominic Gaddis in 8th, Mason Galen, Lincoln Wiley, Brett Hastings, and Miles Wilson will wrap up the 12 karts here we have today in 206 Junior Sportsman. Again, with 206 Junior Sportsman on track, Senior Heavy will inherit the grid, with Micro Mini following them to the pre-grid. KA Senior, you're going to want to start thinking about making your way to the pits. Here we go with 206 Junior Sportsman already getting dicey in the back. Green flag is out as Danny gets shuffled around. Looks like he's moved back to about P3 or P4. And it looks like Elam Stoner will continue to pull out in the lead. Dylan Thomas right behind him and maybe even Titus Roberts. The front two working together to push ahead of everybody else as the rest in the draft are closing up as they head into the southern hairpin, braking hard for the first time. Looks like we have a little bit of a shuffle. Some karts losing a little bit of speed. Sliding in the southern hairpin as first and second continue to pull away from P3 as Elam Stoner is in the lead, followed by AJ Stoner, Titus Roberts, Danny O'Gara, and Kason Hendrickson in the top 5. Everyone's fighting and trying to work together while being smart and making sure you can finish the race and have a good starting position.
Come on, Danny.
Danny's trying to pass all the wrong spots.
Again, 206 Senior Heavy to the grid, please. You guys are after Junior Sportsman, which is on track now, so Senior Heavy to the grid. Micro Mini to the pre-grid, and KA Senior, you're going to want to start thinking about heading to the pits. Coming to halfway to go as Elam Stoner has about a kart length of a lead over AJ Stoner. Titus Roberts, Danny O'Gara, and Dylan Thomas all within the top 5. Close together, but just separated a little bit enough to where that draft might be a little hard to work together. The 214 quickened the slithery snake section as he's trying to get closer to Elam Stoner, take advantage of the draft into the bank corner, trying to pass him down into the southern hairpin. The top 5 gathered back up, almost all nearly nose to tail, as Elam Stoner is under threat from AJ Stoner heading into the final. 2 more laps to go as Titus Robert is in 3rd and Danny O'Gara in 4th looking in. The 214 of AJ Stoner giving the bumper to Elam as they try to pull ahead, but it looks like the 19, 67, and 11 have all caught up to them. Here they come to the final lap to decide where they'll start in the final. All separated by less than a second now as the leaders go back again to nose to tail. As Danny, looking on the inside of the 19, will move up a position as they launch onto the backstretch. Danny trying to get the best exit he can to take advantage of any slight contact that the leaders might make into this final corner. Pass for the lead as AJ Stoner will try and succeed in passing Elam Stoner. Danny O'Gara trying to get even further ahead, but it looks like he'll have to settle with 3rd. The 214 of AJ Stoner will be on pole for your final, followed by Ulob Stoner, Danny O'Gara, Titus Roberts, and Jason Hendrickson. Dylan Thomas in 6th, Bennett Gaddis in 7th, followed by Mason Galen, Colby Hoggard, Lincoln Wiley, Miles Wilson in 11th, Brett Hastings in 12th, and Nico Santos in 13th. With 206 Junior Sportsman heading to the scales, Senior Heavy is on track next. Micro Mini will take the grid, KA Senior to pre-grid, and 206 Master start making your way to the pits. We are setting up for the green in 206 Senior Heavy. Brandon Hanville on pole with Matt Geist on their outside. Evan McCorkindale in 3rd, Dietz 4th, Hastings in 5th, followed by Justin Loddick in 6th, and Matthew Burpo in 7th. Here they head into the lanes as we see Adam give the green flag. Brendan Hanville will hold the inside line as Matt Geist tries to go around the outside. Will have to settle right back behind Brendan Hanville as they head through the snake. Some side-by-side action behind, jostling for position as we go 3 wide into the corner right before the front stretch. Matt Geist pushing Brendan Hanville as hard as he can, trying to get away from the rest. It looks like Evan McCorkindale is trying to hold on with them as hard as he can. Few kart lengths back, the fight for the last second row position is on between the rest of the field. Brendan Hanville will lead the first lap with Matt Geist right behind and Evan McCorkindale right behind in 3rd. Adam Dietz is the front runner of our second pack here with Derek Hastings, Justin Locke, and Matthew Burpo right behind. The 507 of Brendan Hanville under threat as Matt Geist and Evan McCorkindale are beginning to work together way more than we were before. McCorkindale has successfully caught up with the leaders as he now pushes Matt Geist through 5:07. Matt Geist and Evan McCorkindale both bump up a position. Brennan Hanville losing out 2 spots there as they go into the turn. Still all nose to tail as who knows what might happen next as we're coming to halfway. Pushing Matt Geist as they try to seal the deal on being side by side on the front row, but Brennan Hanville once in as he's right behind in third. Launching onto the front stretch with 2 to go, they are all bumper to bumper still, front pack and the second pack. Guys will take the white flag with McCorkindale right behind him. McCorkindale set up his tires for now as he will pass for the lead into the first corner, right after setting the fastest lap. That guy's trying to set up so he isn't passed by Brennan Hanville on the over-under in the second turn, but he is, as Evan McCorkindale, and is now followed by Brennan Hanville and then Matt Geist. Matt Geist experiencing what Brennan Hanville experienced just a few laps ago. Checkered flag as Evan McCorkindale will start on pole for the final with Brendan Handel on his outside. Matt Geist will start right behind McCorkindale with Derek Casey's in P4. Burbo in 5th with Adam Dietz stopping on track just a bit ago and Justin Lovick pulling off earlier in 7th. Micro Mini will now take to the track next after a brief part recovery. KA Senior will be on grid with 206 Master on pre-grid. On track now is your micro mini field with Danny O'Gara starting on pole for micro. Hazen Hendrickson will be beside him as Lincoln Wiley, Bo Schlens, Will Fetchinger, and Miles Wilson will be right behind with Brendan McCann, Reagan Hodges, Hendrick Ross, Leah Smellet, Austin Taylor, AJ Stoner, Cameron Johnson, Gage Harden, and Titus Roberts. Austin Taylor will be your pole sitter for Mini. AJ Stoner on his outside, Cameron Johnson, Gage Harden, and Titus Roberts. Here comes our minis, starting off with Austin Taylor on pole as they now head into the lanes as we watch the head flagger as we wait to see. Green flag is out for Mini. Now our micros with Danny O'Gara on pole will move up. Green is out for micro as well, but back out with the minis, Austin Taylor is starting to pull out from a lead in the WPK chassis. Some contact for the micros as there's a kart pulling out behind the barriers. Danny O'Gara pulling out a 10-plus kart length lead. Austin Taylor with about a 2 kart length lead ahead of Cameron Johnson and Gage Harden right behind in Mini. Back with the minis, Austin Taylor, as the kart behind will gain on him just a little bit. They have 1 kart difference between them. For the micros, Danny O'Gara with about a 15 length lead ahead of the next kart. As we had some contact further back in the field last lap, the kart in the barrier, but they're able to keep on going. Austin Taylor coming to 2 to go right here as he tries to continue to pull away in his Mini. 2nd through 4th are continuing to fight for that last front row position alongside Austin Taylor. Danny O'Gara with a 4-second lead ahead of the next kart as Austin Taylor and the rest of the mini pack will start beginning to pass lap traffic. Austin Taylor will continue to be happy with the karts fighting behind, allowing him to continue to pull ahead while the 14 and the 0 are going at it through the snake. Austin Taylor almost getting stuck behind lap traffic. Looks like he had to check up a little bit as we have the karts behind, using the draft and getting right up to his bumper as they head into the Daytona turn as they're about to take the checkered flag. Austin Taylor with the 14 right behind as they head into the hairpin. 14 will send it down the inside and will be passed right before they take the checkered. 14 followed by the 24, but the 24 looks, and it's not enough. AJ Stoner with Austin Taylor, Gage Harden, Cameron Johnson, and Titus Roberts wrapping up your mini field. Back out to the front of your micro field, Danny O'Gare will win. With the micro mini preheat over, KA Senior will take the track next, meaning 206 Masters, you will take the grid, and KA Junior to pre-grid. 206 Senior Light, you're going to want to start thinking about making your way to the pits.
I don't think so.
After a brief post-race review, KA Senior is now on track. With KA Senior on track, 206 Masters, please take your way to the grid. KA Junior on pre-grid. Here we are coming to the KA Senior green flag with Chase Jones on pole, Matt Dean on the outside, Carson Sauter in P3, Jason Surgener in P4, Brandon Heber in 5th, Payne Bennett the 2nd and 6th, Joshua Nelson 7th, Austin Fairfield 8th, but he threw a chain with Kenneth Owens then taking pole in Masters. Jones controlling the pace as the green flag comes out. Chase Jones will catch a little grass on the inside, which gives Matt Dean the opportunity to take a look in turn 2, but he will not as Chase Jones begins to pull away with Matt Dean right behind. Chase Jones begins to pull away with a 5-car length advantage as he heads into the Daytona turn for the first time. The pack behind is trying to gain up on Chase Jones, working together to have a better starting position for the final. It appears that Chase Jones is working just fine on his own out in front. Coming up to 2 to go right here as Chase Jones continues to pull away with the 942 and the 97 battling it out for the last position on the front row. Jason Surgener staying ahead of Matt Dean for the time being. Brandon Heber is in 4th, Carson Sauter in 5th, Payne Bennett, Joshua Nelson, and then Kenneth Owens leading KA Masters. With the white flag out to Chase Jones, he will continue to pull away with a 2.5-second lead ahead of the next kart. Kenneth Owens dominating his own class in KA Masters, but back in the front with Mason Surgener in P2 for KA 100 Senior, with Matt Dean in 3rd, Brandon Heber in 4th, Carson Sauter in 5th. Here comes Chase Jones to the checkered flag for the pre-final in a dominating fashion, and right behind is the 942. With KA Senior complete, 206 Master will take the track. KA Junior to grid, and 206 Senior Light to pre-grid. Masters Heavy and Super Heavy, you're going to want to start thinking about making your way to the pits, please. On track now is Briggs 206 Masters, with Matt Geist on pole, Adam Dietz in second, Jeremy Hood right behind in third, and Troy Tony in fourth. Stephen Taylor, Michael Schaefer, Brian Williams, Kevin Simonelli in eighth, and Braden LePen back in ninth. KA Junior to the grid with 206 Senior Light to pre-grid. Here comes Matt Geist and Adam Dietz through the lanes as they try to take the green flag here with Adam Boros. Matt Geist not with the best start, but the green flag is out. Adam Dietz trying to get his way around the outside, and he hangs onto it. Matt Geist on the outside now for this next corner with karts looking in. Matt Geist will stay right behind Adam Dietz in second. As we have karts a little bit on top of one another, stuck, there they go, now they're free. They're headed to the backstretch. Matt Geist right behind Adam Dietz. Looks like they're gonna work together here for a few laps while they try to lock on that front row. Right behind in third and fourth is Jeremy Hood and Troy Tony as they try to work their ways up as high as they can. first lap, Adam Dees will cement his lead with that guy's although right behind. Matthew Burpo moving his way up to third, and Michael Schaefer right behind him is back in fifth as Brian Williams, sixth, Stephen Taylor, and seventh is Jeremy Hood. Troy Toney following behind in eighth, and Braden LePen back in ninth. Down into turn one, Matt Geist and Adam Dietz going at it as they both try to cross each other up, but Matt Geist will now be in the lead. Matt Geist with about a 2 or 3 kart length to Adam Dietz, but knowing Adam Dietz, he's going to take advantage of this draft and try to suck up to his bumper so that he can pass him for the lead. Back running a race on his own is Matthew Burbo in third with Michael Schaefer in fourth behind, ready to pounce in case anything were to happen. Two to go was Matt Geist is right ahead of Adam Dietz, looking for the front row. Matthew Burpo still on his own in third with Michael Schaefer back behind in fourth, but the real fight is for fifth with Jeremy Hood, Stephen Taylor, and Troy Toney all trying to get the best spot they can. Adam Dietz and Geist headed onto the backstretch. Dietz drafting up using the aero advantage that he has. He's right back onto the bumper of Geist as they head into the southern hairpin. Geist and Dietz coming up to take the white flag, while Matthew Burpo might be working his way up to the front, again ready to pounce. Geist has about a 2 or 3 kart length advantage with Dietz. Here he comes, trying to work his way through the S's right behind Dietz and get him for pole position. With this 206 Masters race underway, KA Junior, you are next out on track. Senior Light and Masters Heavy all need to be headed to the grid. Dietz with only one more chance to pass Geist as they head down to the inner hairpin for the last time before taking the checkered. Looks like Geist will be able to maintain his lead as right behind is Adam Dietz, now starting on his outside for the final. Matt Geist is your winner. Matthew Burpo taking the last podium step for your pre-final with Michael Schaefer in fourth, Jeremy Hood in fifth, Troy Toney sixth, Stephen Taylor seventh, Braden LePen starting on the outside of row 4. Brian Williams will be on the inside of 5 with Kevin Simonelli on his outside. Now that 206 Masters is complete, KA Junior will take to the track. 206 Senior Light to grid and Masters Heavy to pre-grid. Again at 12:50, we will start our finals, beginning with Kid Kart and then Kid Kart Novice. Here we go for KA Junior with Ryan Mort on pole with Landon Beer on his outside. Braden, the 809 right behind them with Cash Perkins on row 2. Dan Van Dyke on the inside of row 3 with Charlie Myers on his outside starting 6th. Jackson Deal is in 7th, Chase Harlow 8th, Maddox Hooper in 9th, Lucien Laser 10th. Ryan Mort and Landon Beer. Green flag is out for the front row. Everyone else trying to get behind, getting the best spot they can as they shuffle 3 wide. Ryan Mort is still in the lead for the time being, but right behind is getting quite dicey. Ryan Mort on the outside as they head onto the back stretch will try to work with his teammate Landon here as they head down to the southern hairpin for the first time. Ryan and Landon are going to have to work together here to try to get ahead of Braden now in the lead. As we have a kart send it down to the inside, passing the teammates there together. Cash Perkins jumps from 4th to 2nd in 1 corner. Dane Van Dyke looking from behind, trying to get into those front row positions as well. Dane Van Dyke uses his bumper, working with Landon as they try to move ahead. Ryan Mort now defending from Dane Van Dyke as he looks to head to his teammate as they want to work together to try to get ahead as far as they can, but the 809 of Braden is dominating ahead of the 863. Cash Perkins with the momentum right now as he has a 5/10 of a fastest lap as he tries to get ahead on pole for the final KA Junior. Gate 94 of Jackson have a little bit of trouble as we have another kart off in the gravel as well, just past the inner hairpin. Braden and Cash now pulling away from 3rd and 4th as they try to battle it out, deciding who will be on pole for your final. As they continue to battle out front for the lead, the leaders are starting to catch lap traffic from the incident earlier, but thankfully they're smart and let everyone by safely. The front 5 karts only separated by just a second or two as they all try to fight for the front. As we come to the 2 to go right here, and it looks like Cash Perkins has pressed Braden Zires, as now the lead has changed once again. But here comes Braden looking to the inside. A little bit of contact, sliding outside. Landon right behind, trying to get his nose in and trying to pass them both. Cash and Braden battling out has definitely opened the door to let Landon and Ryan and Dane all right behind them. Landon right on the bumper of the front row as it stands for the final grid as they all try to advance their positions. Everyone's separating out just a little bit under the brakes right there as we're about to get the white flag. It's still Cash just ahead. The front three karts only separated by 0.4 of a second, as it looks like Braden is thinking about trying to pass Cash. Landon wants him to, slow them both down, and he can work his way up. Launching out of the backstretch, using the draft for the last time here on the white flag. Here they come to the Daytona turn, trying to pass each other. Looks like everyone's staying in a single file line as they head through the inner hairpin for the last time. Now coming up the hill to the checkered. Cash Perkins is your winner with Braden right behind. Landon Muir will start on the inside of the second row with his teammate Ryan Moore just on the outside. Dane Van Dyke in fifth with Charlie Myers in sixth. Chase Harlow in seventh. Jackson Deal in eighth. Lucien Laser in ninth. And Maddox Hooper in 19th. KA Junior's now over. That means Senior Light will be on track next. Masters Heavy, Super Heavy to the grid. Once again, after this last pre-final, we will have Kit Kart and E-Kart Novice start our finals. .206 Senior Light is now on track. Masters Heavy, Super Heavy to the grid. Starting on pole for your 206 Senior Light is AJ Lund with Jared Howerton right on the outside. Braden Johnson in third with Riley Baldwin in fourth. Braden Hebert, Dylan Howerton, Tyler Kearns, and Ethan Williams is your top 8. Braden Mayfield is 9th. Gavin Baird 10th. Keegan Day 11th. Michael Greenwood 12th with Eli Fox rounding out the pack in 13th. Slowing down as we come up to the lanes, we will see who leads into turn 1 here in just a second. Green flag is out as AJ Lund tries to get the best line he can into the first corner and takes advantage of it as he holds on to the lead with Jared Howerton right behind him, but Braden Johnson is looking in to get onto this front row for the final. Everyone's single file behind now as we head out to the back straight for the first time. Everyone right into the draft together, using their bumpers together, getting up to the front. Jared Howerton with a pass down into the southern hairpin with Braden Johnson right behind. AJ Lund will move down to third for the time being, but as he jumps up to second, as Jared Howerton will lose a spot. The 26 followed by the 43 for your first lap. Here we are headed on the back straight once again, where we've seen many passes today. AJ Lund has drafted back up to the bumper of Braden Johnson as he thinks about sending it to the inside in the southern hairpin, but he will not. Jared Howerton is ready to pounce right behind as AJ Lund has pulled off the track with an issue. This now leaves the 26 with a little bit of a gap to Jared Howerton, but not for long, as Jared Howerton, followed by Riley Baldwin, will move up to the podium positions. Coming to halfway to go for your pre-final, Jared Howerton will continue to lead ahead of Braden Johnson, Riley Baldwin, Braden Heber, and Dylan Howerton in the top 5. Tyler Kearns and Eli Fox moving all the way up to 7th already. Ethan Williams in 8th, Blaze Settles in 9th, and Braden Mayfield in 10th. Gavin Barrett has moved up to 11th with Michael Greenwood and AJ Lund behind them. Jostling for positions at the front, it looks like Riley Baldwin has taken the lead with Dylan Howerton right behind and his brother Jared behind them. Riley Baldwin will continue to lead as they pull out of the inner hairpin with 2 laps to go. Riley Baldwin's got the teammate brothers right behind him, but Braden Johnson and Braden Heber are going to want to work their way as far ahead as they can to get the best spot for the points final. Riley Baldwin has gotten shuffled back as we now have a new leader of Dylan Howerton to the front. Dylan Howerton and Jared Howerton are now nose to tail as they head for the final corner. Scratch that, it's actually Dylan and Braden Johnson, but still. As we have some side-by-side contact in the bank turner, Riley Baldwin has continued going, but we do have a kart turned around. As we have another kart pulled off with the bent axle, Dylan Howerton will lead at the white flag. Braden Johnson right behind, and Braden Heber. Jared Howerton in 4th, and Riley Baldwin in 5th, all trying to get the best spot they can. Looking to the inside is now Braden Johnson, and Dylan Howerton has to suck right behind the bumper as they head down to the backstretch for the final corners. Heading down to the last corner, a very defensive line from the 26. That'll make him lose a little bit of speed, but he still holds his position as they head into the final hairpin for the last lap. Howerton sticks to the outside, not enough. They'll try to cross him over as they go through the double left-hander, but the 26 will win with Howerton right behind. Braden Johnson is your winner. Dylan Howerton in 2nd, Braden Heber in 3rd, Jared Howerton 4th, Riley Baldwin 5th. But we do have a checkered black, and the results are now under review.
I just got it.
206 Master Heavy is now on track. 206 Master Heavy is now taking the track. Derek Hastings will start on pole with Troy Toney on his outside. Michael Schaefer starting in third with Josh Lockhart alongside him. Joe Stevens, Danny Cutshaw, and Tom Stevens will be in seventh, rounding out the field. Again with Derek Hastings on pole, here they come to the lanes for the green flag. The two pairs working together to push each other as the green flag now does come out, and it looks like Derek Hastings will have a good line into the first corner. Michael Schaefer trying to follow through as Michael Schaefer jumps up to second, but only for the time being, as he has another car on his inside still. Looks like Troy Toney able to hold on a second. For your Super Heavy Masters, it is a 3-kart battle as they're all jostling for positions through the S's. Back out for your Masters, Derek Hastings continues to pull away from Troy Toney, Michael Schaefer in third, and Josh Lockhart in fourth. As the race travels on, Derek Hastings continues to lead the field with Troy Toney a few seconds behind in second, Michael Schaefer third with Josh Lockhart in fourth. Supermasters, Tom Stevens is your leader with Danny Cutshaw right behind him, and then Joe Stevens in third. After these pre-finals, we will again begin our finals with Kid Kart and Kid Kart Novice. So Kid Kart, please start thinking about heading to the pits, and Kid Kart Novice right behind them. 2 to go for Derek Hastings. 2 to go this time by. Troy Tony is still right behind in second, only about 1.2 seconds behind. Michael Schaefer 7/10 behind him, with Jock Lockhart 8.5 behind Derek Hastings. For your second class, Tom Stevens continues to lead by 3 seconds ahead of Danny Cutshaw and Joe Stevens. White flag for this race. This is a reminder that after this, we will begin our finals around 1 and just a little after. So Kid Kart, if you want to start making your way to your grid around 1 o'clock, with Kid Kart Novice behind them. Checkered flag is out for Derek Hastings as he wins the pre-final for Masters Heavy Supermasters. Troy Tony will follow him in second, and Michael Schaefer in third, with Josh Lockhart rounding out in fourth. For the Super Heavy Masters, Tom Stevens in first, Danny Cutshaw and Joe Stevens rounding out third. With our pre-finals finishing, we're going to take again a brief break until 1 o'clock or around there, where Kid Kart will begin our finals. Kid Kart, please start preparing. With Kid Kart Novice, you will be right behind them.
Are you doing peanuts? What position do you think you're coming in? I need to go in the shade. I am burning. See, I'm sitting right here. Under the shade. I'm sitting here too. So it's like,
I'm gonna, see right in the middle of that. See that dark spot right in the middle? Before you, as you're coming in that, you need to do this dark spot or higher.
I'm gonna have this.
But don't cut it so sharp inside. You can't hang on to it, you'll drift out.
I'm gonna try to get this
Hey.
side black,
Yeah.
and then this side.
Off of it. That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Wait.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. No one else?
Come on, come on. And then number 2.
No, you're tied.
They say that just because you're a rock star doesn't mean you're going to win.
Zip.
You got to try.
I'm gonna eat you.
Because they have to go and then we'll go.
What are you doing? What are you
Like literally, like when the internet came out, like the internet was just AOL. That one where it's like 41, Ruby 39. I'm like, oh man. I remember when like
I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
my dad would use the phone to get on my phone. Call. Oh my god. My dad got me. He got her on like line just
Braden's dad told me. I know. Told you what? That you get a boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, did he? Yeah. What happened? Braden's dad told me me and Braden are boyfriend and girlfriend. Mitty, Mitty. Mitty, Mitty, Mitty. When did he tell you? He told me when I was gonna do a video with him for a long time. I know he got first. I bet you said for you. 5.5. Mitty, Mitty. See that? Yeah, it looks like what? Oh no, he's not pitching. Where? Oh yeah, I get Of course he is.
I said, where's your mom?
Yeah, they're all like
I'm not sure there. I said, where's your dad? I'm gonna tell your dad. He said, I don't know. You don't know what my dad was saying. Yes, I do.
Oh, found it. Oh, what's this? Oh,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can get you to stand for our invocation for the day, and we'll follow it up with the national anthem, and then get kid karts out here on the main straightaway and get rolling with our main events.
all right. Stand up. Stand up, gotta move.
Father God, we thank you for this beautiful August day. We thank you for the opportunity to be here again with our friends and family at Whiteland Raceway Park. We ask for you to look over everyone on and off the racetrack in today's events. May you keep them safe, keep them having fun, allow them to do their best, and to remember why we are all here. We ask that you can help us keep this weather away for just a few more hours so we can finish this thing off in the dry. We pray this all in your Son's holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen. Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Kid karts, please be to the grid if you are not there already. Kid kart novice to the pre-grid. Kid kart ready to get started here with Kyler Hendrickson on pole, Audrey Luttrell on the outside trying to get a good jump start. And here we go, green flag is out. Luttrell does get a good start again, and it looks like she'll be able to hold the line around the outside and hopefully pass him. But she will not. Kyler begins to pull away. Grace Guys holding position back in third while we have a kart, I believe Diesel Maxwell, that's moved up in numerous positions already. Down to the first braking point. Looks like Kyler is still ahead from Luttrell. Grace Guys right behind, gets a little bit of contact with Diesel. Diesel pushes her off the track and she's around. The 95 of Kyler coming up the hill to take the first clean lap. 16 right behind with Diesel in third on his way to the front. Coming for the second lap, 95 still in the lead, but the 16 with the 141 right behind is under threat as Diesel's trying to work his way up into higher podium positions and maybe even the win. Behind the top three, we have Chase Call in fourth, Zachary Pleak in fifth, Harper Smith in sixth, Kai Skipper in seventh, with Grace Geist in eighth and Jackery McNeely in ninth. Coming down to the inside hairpin, Diesel tries to work his way around the outside of Luttrell. He almost makes it, but then she takes away the line. Headed down to 6 laps to go. Kyler Hendrickson out front with a demanding lead with Chase Call in fourth, Zachary Pleak fifth, Kai Skipper 6th, Harper Smith in 7th, Grace Guys in 8th, Jackson in 9th still. Side by side through the backstretch turn 2 all the way down to the Daytona corner where Diesel will finally get around Audrey Luttrell. Two more laps of Kid Kart, 2 more laps as Kyler Hendrickson continues to pull his 6-second lead ahead of Diesel back in 2nd. With Kid Kart almost over, Kid Kart Novice, you need to be on the grid with Senior Light on pre-grid. 206 Junior, you're going to want to start thinking about making your way into the pits. Checkered flag is out for Kid Kart. Kyler Hendrickson is your winner with Diesel Maxwell taking the 2nd podium position and Audrey Luttrell on the last step of the podium. Chase Call finished 4th with Zachary Pleak in 5th, Kai Skipper in 6th, and Grace Guys in 7th. Harper Smith in 8th with Jackson McNeely in 9th. With Kid Kart Novice making their way onto the track for their standing start, 206 Senior Light, please take the grid with 206 Junior on pre-grid. 206 Junior Sportsman, you want to start making your way to the pits. Green flag as Enzo in the 27 takes the lead on the start, but the 66 of Parker is holding it around the outside. Side by side down the backstretch, the 66 with a better straight line speed off the start will take the lead for the time being, but the 27 is still on the inside into turn 2. The 66 successfully passed Enzo at the start, but behind them we have Stella, Nema, and Max Ross. Seven laps remaining in our race, while we have Enzo in the lead with Stella Hendrickson right behind. Parker Moore in third in the 66 with Nema in fourth. While battling out front, Enzo and Parker, the 66 has spun, is now stuck on the inside of the barriers. Enzo continues to pull ahead while it looks like he has a whole lap over the rest of the field. Enzo in first with Parker second, Stella third, and Simonelli fourth. Here comes Enzo taking the 2 to go. 2 more laps of Kid Kart Novice. Parker Moore behind in second, followed by Stella and Neema in third and fourth. Once Kid Kart Novice is over, Senior Light, 206 Senior Light will be on track, so make sure you're on grid now. 206 Junior will be on grid after them. Checkered flag for Enzo, winning his final. Enzo, he won with Parker Moore right behind in second, and Stella Hendrickson in third. Just off the podium is Nema Simonelik and Max Ross. On track now is LO 206 Senior Light. 206 Junior, please make your way to Grid B. Junior Sportsman to pre-grid. Starting on pole in the 8 is Dylan Howerton with Braden Heber on the outside. Braden Johnson starting in the inside of the second row with Jared Howerton on their outside. Riley Baldwin is 5th. Clay Settle 6th. Ethan Williams, Braden Mayfield, Gavin Baird in 9th. Michael Greenwood in 10th. Eli Fox 11th. AJ Lund is 12th with Tyler Kearns 13th and Keegan Day 14th.
So I just made hamburgers. I had to
Here we are, green flag is out. Headed down into turn 1, it looks like Dylan Howerton will keep the lead with the 26 right behind. Gate of Braden Heber gets shuffled back on the start, but it looks like the 26 has moved up a spot, and Matthew Burpo up to 3rd. Correction, up to 3rd is the other Howerton. So we have Dylan and Jared Howerton in 2nd and 3rd. Up to 1st is Braden Johnson. Coming to complete the first lap, the 26 will finish in the lead with Dylan Howerton right behind and Jared behind him. Dylan Howerton then passes the 26 into the first corner. The number 1 of Clay Settles has worked his way up all the way to 3rd with Jared Howerton right behind him. In 5th, we have Braden Heber and Riley Baldwin in 6th. Pushing together in the back is Eli Fox and AJ Lund. They may work together and push all the way to the front of this impressive field. Coming to the start finish, your first 7 karts are all nose to tail, and it is anyone race still. '26 bumping the 8 as they now head down the backstretch, pushing together, but 3rd and 4th right behind are gaining on them in the draft. Braden Johnson waiting it out, seeing how Dylan Howerton drives this track as he's thinking where he can maybe pass him to win this race. While Dylan is trying his best to do everything he can, keeping the rest of the drivers behind. In first, it is still Dylan Howerton with Braden Johnson right behind. Jared Howerton has passed Clay Settles for the last podium position, and Braden Heber is in 5th. Riley Baldwin is up to 6th with Ethan Williams, Eli Fox, AJ Lund, and Gavin Baird rounding off your top 10. As we have contact further back in the field between Riley Baldwin and Braden Heber, dropping them back multiple positions. Still out front is your leader, Dylan Howerton. First through 4th have now separated from the last 3 as they are all trying to push away, separating themselves from the rest of the field, while further back, everyone else is trying to catch up to them, with AJ Lund all the way to Ethan Williams working their way forward. Through goes Braden Johnson in turn 2, just past Dylan Howerton. But Dylan Howerton is back into his inside right before they go to the backstretch. Howerton brothers are now together as they go through the switchback right before the Daytona turn. Braden Johnson is pushing Dylan Howerton as they try to get through the bank turn. And now they're headed to the southern hairpin where Braden Johnson will nearly pass 3 cars. But behind, Clay is parring past Dylan up to 3rd. Now to the front is Jared Howerton, followed by the 26 of Braden Johnson. Between the fights in the front, this has allowed AJ Lund and Eli Fox to catch up to the front. Together, they're hoping to capitalize on more battles up front that will hopefully bring them closer to the front of this field. Meanwhile, while Jared and Braden keep on pushing themselves to get further ahead, working together.
Send all your money to T. Tutwiler.
Coming to halfway to go, Jared Howerton is still your leader with Braden Johnson right behind. Then there's about a second gap between Dylan Howerton, Clay Smith, and AJ Lund, working together to get up to the leaders. Behind AJ Lund is Eli Fox, also trying to get his way forward, and then Ethan Williams, Braden Mayfield, Gavin Baird in 9th, and Riley Baldwin working their way back up from the contact up front with Braden Heaver in 10th and 11th. Michael Greenwood in 12th. The positions stay the same at the front while they're all trying to work together just to reach the end of this race, where at the end of the race, Guns of Blairin, they will battle for the win. That being said, Clay has now passed Dylan Howerton for the final podium position, and now they're going at it in the straight. Dylan works his way back through and almost spins. AJ Lund is there to catch his spin, and they keep on going, but now Clay has gone past and Eli Fox. The leaders have isolated themselves to a 1.5 second gap ahead of the nearest kart behind. Just under 5 laps to go for 206 Senior Light, meaning 206 Junior, you need to be on grid if you're not already, with Junior Sportsman right behind them. As the leaders come to 4 laps to go, Jared Howerton is still just the tiniest bit ahead of Braden Johnson, where Braden Johnson is figuring out where he can pass him before the end of the race for the win. Clay settles behind in 3rd, just hoping for anything that might catch him a break and he can keep on working his way up. But right behind them is the group of Dylan Howerton, AJ Lund, and Ethan Williams trying to get their way to the front or just battle out for where they are now. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go as Jared goes very defensive into the first corner. He maintains his position ahead of Braden, but Braden is trying to cross him over into turn 2. Jared Howerton completes his line and is able to maintain his lead. Braden Johnson pushing Jared Howerton as hard as he can as they head down for the southern hairpin. Only one more time will they go through here after this. Jared goes down to the inside, Johnson to the outside, and it's still the same. Side by side, but no changes. Contact between the 85 and the 26. They are both around, and Clay inherits the lead. Johnson and Jared are both out of the race behind. This will promote Clay and AJ Lund, Dylan Howerton, and Eli Fox as you now top 4. Back to the lead, only a few more corners to go. AJ Lund is right behind Clay. AJ Lund's on the inside as they go down to the backstretch. AJ Lund now has promoted himself to the lead despite starting near the back after DNFing in the pre-final. He's holding the lead down into the southern hairpin. One more corner, takes the inside, defending himself, holds the inside, is able to maintain the lead as Dylan Howerton is pushing Clay. Dylan Howerton goes from 3rd to 2nd that corner. Here they go through the inner hairpin. AJ Lund holds the lead with Clay just ahead of Dylan. AJ Lund is your winner. After a dramatic final lap, AJ Lund is your winner with Clay taking the 2nd podium position. Dylan Howerton is in 3rd and Eli Fox 4th. Ethan Williams 5th, Baldwin 6th. Braden Heber is in 7th, Braden Mayfield 8th. Gavin Baird finishes 9th with Michael Greenwood in 10th. Jared Howerton and Braden Johnson will not finish the race after contact in 11th and 12th. While the results are under review for 206 Senior Light, 206 Junior, you are out next on track. 206 Junior Sportsman, you will take the grid with 206 Senior Heavy to pre-grid right behind them.
What happened?
Top Kart USA. Hold up a 1-2 on that last one. AJ and Clay.
Heading on track now is 206 Junior after a very exciting 206 Senior Light with Sam Tutwiler on pole, Christopher UT in P2, Thomas Anthony 3rd, Lane Gibbs 4th, Dane Van Dyke is 5th, Gage Justiniano 6th, Maddox Hooper, Raider Santos, Dominic Stancombe, Lucian Laser, and Braden Cathell in 11th. With 206 Junior clearing the grid, Junior Sportsman, you are now on grid with Senior Heavy to pre-grid. Micro Mini, please start making your way to the pits.
Special guest autograph session will be at 3 o'clock with Brad Cooper, All-Star.
Here we are with your Briggs LO206 Junior field coming to catch the green. Sam Tutwiler is on the inside and Christopher Utzi on the outside as we head down into turn 1, waiting on the green flag. Green flag is out, rolling speed is going, and they're off. Sam Tutwiler holds the inside line, and it looks like Thomas Anthony falls him through with Dane Van Dyke right behind in 3rd. Lane Gibbs is 4th. They're all single file, but here we go onto the backstretch for the first time where the drafting and working with team is very important here. You want to make sure that you and another kart can keep on working forward. Down into the hairpin, everyone holds the same position, and then Sam Tutwiler still in the lead. After the first lap, Sam Tutwiler followed by Thomas Anthony, Dan Van Dyke in 3rd, Lane Gibbs in 4th, and Christopher Utzi in 5th. Maddox Hooper 6th, Gage Asiniano 7th, Raider Santos in 8th, Dominic Stancombe in 9th, with Braden Cathell 10th, and Lucien Laser in last. Looking back to the front, Sam Tutwiler's pulled about half a second lead, but behind Dane Van Dyke is moving up with the 17 of Thomas Anthony right behind him. The 33 of Christopher Yuzzi in 4th and Lane Gibbs in 5th. Maddox Hooper 6th. Gage Asiniano is 7th and Raider Santos rounds off the 8th. Little bit of contact in the back. Sam Tutwiler still holds the lead, but Thomas Anthony will lose a position or two, and Christopher Yuzzi and Lane Gibbs will move up through the pack. Sam Tutwiler with the fastest lap on track right now, and he has the momentum moving forward on his own. Dan Van Dyke is stuck in the middle with no help, but hopefully the karts behind can push him forwards to the front. Christopher Yuzzi now working his way back up to the front and has caught the rear bumper of Dane Van Dyke. 9 laps left in this race, while Sam Tutwiler is off on his own. The gap is 1.5 back to the second and third karts while they try to work together for the win.
about your race.
Seven laps remaining as we're just over halfway through this race. Sam Tutwiler, the 2-second lead ahead of Dane Van Dyke and Christopher Utzi. Thomas Anthony and Lane Gibbs are in 4th and 5th, with Maddox Hooper, Gage Ciniano, Raider Santos, Lucian Laser, Dominic Stancombe, and Braden Cappel as your top 11. Once your leader reaches the line of Sam Tutwiler, there will be 3 more laps to go. Christopher Utzi worked his way back up to 2nd with Dane Van Dyke back in 3rd. Thomas Anthony is 17th with Lane Gibbs in 5th. white flag is out for Sam Tutwiler as he crosses the line 3 seconds ahead of the next kart. Christopher Ute is in second, and Dane Van Dyke currently all hold the podium positions at the time. But Thomas Anthony is looking at Dane for that last position on the podium. There he goes to the inside. Now he has to go around the outside. Dane holds position, but he gets crossed up by Thomas Anthony, who's going to try to pass him into the southern hairpin. Going down the back stretch, they're bumper to bumper, now through the switchback to the Daytona turn. Trying to go around the outside, but it's not enough. Dane successfully holds the outside while Thomas holds more rolling speed. They're side by side going to the next hairpin. Looks like Dane still holds it for now, while Sam Tutwiler crosses the line and wins. The 33 of Christopher Ute is next, followed by Dane Van Dyke taking the last podium position. Thomas Anthony is fourth, with Lane Gibbs in fifth. With 206 Junior wrapping up, 206 Junior Sportsman will be out next, followed by Senior Heavy. Senior Heavy, please take your way to the grid with Micro Mini behind them. Okay, Senior, you're going to want to start thinking about heading to the pits. .206 Junior Sportsman is now on track. Starting off on pole for the 15-lap final is AJ Stoner with Elam Stoner on the outside. Danny O'Gara starting on the inside of row 2 with Titus Roberts on the outside. Jason Hendrickson in 5th with Dylan Thomas, Dominic Gaddis, Mason Galen, Colby Hoggard, and Lincoln Wiley for the top 10. Following them is Brett Hastings, Nico Santos, Blake Martinez, and Miles Wilson. Here we come to the green flag with AJ Stoner on pole with Elam Stoner on the outside. Heading into the lanes, waiting on the flagman's decision. Green, green, green as we head down into turn 1. Karts 4 wide as it looks like Stoner holds the outside. Working his way up to the front, Danny moves from 3rd to 2nd in the first corner and has momentum heading to the front. Four wide in the back, they work it all out as they're now all headed single file into the Daytona turn. Danny O'Gara almost to the rear bumper of Stoner, thinks about it, does not go down to the inside. Coming up to the timing line, ending the first lap is AJ Stoner in the lead with Danny O'Gara right behind. Elam Stoner is in third with Titus Roberts fourth and Kason Hendrickson fifth. As we have a kart return to the racing field after a trip to the other side of the wall, they get back around and they're headed the right direction on the course, with Danny O'Gara right behind the leader. As we see the leader sliding their rear axles through all the hairpins, here they come up to the line for 12 more laps to go, separated by just a hair. With just 10 laps to go, AJ Stoner and Danny O'Gara separated by 77 thousandths of a second. The next car behind is Elam Stoner, 2.1 seconds behind, running his own race, where in fourth, Kason Hendrickson is 1.5 behind him. Mason Galen in fifth, Colby Hoggard sixth, Lincoln Wiley in seventh, Miles Wilson in eighth, with Brett Hastings and Nico Santos rounding out the top 10. As our leaders are about to come halfway, it looks like Brett Hastings is off the track in the middle. Danny and AJ Stone are still separated by just a hair, or 98 thousandths of a second. Elam Stoner and Kaysen Hendrickson are getting closer together. Kaysen Hendrickson is closing down the gap to third place. As the leaders just pass 4 to go, Danny still right behind Stoner. There's a different Stoner right behind them in third, with Kaysen Hendrickson fourth, Mason Galen in fifth. Nick Riley is sixth, with Colby Hoggard and Miles Wilson rounding off the top 8. Titus Roberts is ninth, and Nico Santos is 10th, with Blake Martinez running in 11th. Coming to 2 to go, AJ Stoner leads from Danny O'Gara, but 2 to go is normally when the heat gets turned up front. Now they're going to start attacking each other, that they've built a gap from the cars behind, and they're safe to not lose any more positions, forbid anything else happen. Danny O'Gara is now going to try to do the best he can to attack AJ Stoner, while AJ Stoner is going to defend as hard as he can. With 206 Junior Sportsman almost wrapping up, 206 Senior Heavy, you should be on grid already with Micro Mini on pre-grid. KA Senior, please start making your way to the pits. Danny O'Gara makes the move for the lead, passing the 2:14 of AJ Stoner. Danny O'Gara leads into the first corner with less than a lap remaining. What can AJ Stoner do about it? He's trying outside, he's trying inside, there he goes. On the outside, headed before they're on the penultimate corner to the backstretch. Now diving as they're going to approach their top speed on the track very shortly. AJ Stoner's on the inside of Danny as they're headed towards the switchback. Headed too wide to the fastest turn on the circuit. They're still going too wide. Danny O'Gara tries to cross up AJ Stoner, but it looks like it's not going to be enough as they head into the southern hairpin. Danny O'Gara thinking what he can do with 2 more turns remaining. He's thinking about it. Will he send to the inside of the hairpin? He will not. He will stay behind AJ Stoner as they work their way up the hill. Tries to cross him over, get to the inside of the left-hander, but not enough. AJ Stoner is your winner with Danny O'Gara finishing P2. Rounding off the top podium position is AJ Stoner. Danny O'Gara in second with Elam Stoner in third. Jason Hendrickson and Mason Galen are the top 5 with Lincoln Wiley, Colby Hoggard, Miles Wilson, Titus Roberts, and Nico Santos for your top 10 with Blake Martinez right behind. Brett Hastings and Dominic Gaddis having slight issues in the race where they didn't finish. With 206 Junior Sportsman finishing, Senior Heavy is on track next. Senior Heavy will be taken to the track momentarily, so Micro Mini will be to grid with KA Senior on pre-grid. 206 Master, you're going to want to start thinking about moving to the pits. Starting on pole for your 206 Senior Heavy is Evan McCorkindale with Brendan Hanville on his outside. Matt Geis is in P3 with Derek Hastings in P4. Matthew Burpo and Adam Dietz will share the third row with Justin Laudick starting behind. McCorkindale on pole with Brendan Hanville on his outside, getting ready to get the green flag as they go through the lanes. Green, green, green as Evan McCorkindale leads the field into turn 1. Brendan Hanville trying to roll around the outside, but third place of Geist almost takes the lead as he is on the outside into turn 2 now. Geist around the outside of Brendan Hanville, loses out a little bit, but now he'll be on the inside into turn 3. Continuing forward, Geist is in second with Brendan Hanville in third. Brendan Hanville has the momentum as they go onto the backstretch, pushing Geist as now they go forwards to attack McCorkindale. McCorkindale now under threat as Geist and Brendan Hanville are bumper to bumper trying to get past him as they're now all single file heading into the southern hairpin. Moving up, down, all around as they go to the inner hairpin, it looks like McCorkindale will still be in the lead just ahead of Matt Geist and Brendan Hanville. In fourth place, we have Derek Hastings and Matthew Burpa with Adam Dietz and Justin right behind. Geist inherits the lead, passing McCorkindale, but Brendan Hanville has bumper to bumper with McCorkindale as now they move forward using teamwork and the draft, pushing forward through the Daytona turn, headed to the southern hairpin. No one's looking inside, but now all 3 karts are nose to tail, all 5 karts are nose to tail as we head to the inner hairpin. Headed back to the backstretch again, Geist ahead of McCorkindale, but only by an inch. Brendan Hanville a few kart lengths behind, followed again by Matthew Burpo. With the whole field under 2 seconds apart, this could be anybody's race at this point, depending on if any kind of contact will happen. Geist, McCorkindale sliding the rear axles through the hairpin back up to the field as they take 12 laps to go. Senior Heavy is on track now, so Micro Mini to grid, followed by KA Senior. KA Senior, you are after Micro Mini. Side by side coming out of the inner hairpin, McCorkindale will lose a spot to Brendan Hanville, but now they are signaling all second through fourth to work together and go ahead of first. Gaining through the front stretch and turn 1, the momentum is to the field as they are behind Matt Geist trying to pass him. Geist trying to pick the perfect line and execute it as they're about to head onto the backstretch where you're going to want as much momentum as you can. McCorkindale onto the rear bumper, Brendan Hanville, all 3 cars bumper to bumper now as they go through the Daytona turn. The front runners of the race now separated by 2 packs of 3. Brendan Hanville has worked his way to the front with Geis and McCorkindale right behind, all still together. In the second pack, we have Dietz, Burpo, and Hastings as they try to work their way to the front, forbid anything happens. Looking down to the southern hairpin, Geis now is ahead of McCorkindale with Brendan Hanville 1 kart length behind the duo out front. All 3 steps of the podium are still yet to be decided as we have 8 laps left of this race. Dietz and Derek Hastings are trying to work their way ahead, trying to see if they can salvage any kinds of podium position, with Justin Loddick right behind after Matthew Burpo was pulled off the track. Just now past the halfway mark, and Geis is still ahead with McCorkindale right there and Brendan Hanville in 3rd. Following the podium is Adam Dietz in 4th, 3 seconds behind 3rd place, with Derek Hastings in 5th, Justin Loddick in 6th. Four laps to go as Matt Geis leads from McCorkindale with Brendan Hanville right behind. Hanville has lost about 2 or 3 kart lengths to the duo ahead, but who knows if they start battling, and he takes advantage of the draft and works his way right up to the front. Just 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for L206 Senior Heavy. This is when they're going to start finding each other instead of working together. But while Senior Heavy is out there, Micro Mini, you should be on grid. You are on track next. AA Senior to pre-grid with 206 Masters working their way into the pits. Back out front, Geist is still leading from McCorkindale with Brendan Hanville behind as we have about a lap and a half left. There they go flying down the backstretch. McCorkindale pushing Geist as they pull away from Brendan Hanville just a little bit and now head down into the southern hairpin. McCorkindale, despite the corner, still right on the rear bumper of Geist. Thinks about sending it, but does not. All 3 cars now about half a car length apart as they come up to the front stretch for the white flag. Waiting if anything might happen, Adam Dietz ready to pounce in 4th with Matt Geist still ahead of McCorkindale. But now they're about to head onto the backstretch where momentum is the most important factor right now. Geist just want to make sure that he can get the best exit he can while McCorkindale is looking to the inside as they head to the switchback. Geist is going to be stuck around the outside for the bank turn. McCorkindale on the inside, Geist down to the inside through the southern hairpin. McCorkindale stays ahead after the pass through the switchback. Geist right behind. Gonna look to the inside for the inner hairpin, decides to stay where he is. Brendan Hanville setting up in case anything were to happen. But Corkindale is your winner with Geist in P2 and Brendan Hanville P3. Adam Dietz will be your first kart off the step of the podium in P4 with Justin Loddick in P5. Here we have on track now is our Micro Mini for their 15-lap race. Micro Mini is 2 separate classes, so you'll see them stagger the start as they all head through the lanes before receiving the green flag. Around one more time while we wait for the rest of the field to grid up. One more warm-up lap. For your microcross, we have Danny O'Gara starting on pole with Bo Schlens on the outside. Lincoln Wiley in P3 with Will Fetchinger in P4. Bentley McCann in P5 with Miles Wilson in 6. Hendrick Ross and Liat Simonik on the 4th row. Reagan Hodges and Jason Hendrickson for the 5th. AJ Stoner and Austin Taylor for Mini will be your front row with Gage Harden, Cameron Johnson, and Titus Roberts behind them. Coming to our flaggers is our first class. Is green, green, green as they head down into turn 1. Here comes our second larger micro class as they get ready. Through the lanes. Green flag, green, green, green as Danny O'Gara leads into turn 1. Got a car on his outside. Oh, we got a car spun around in the back. Danny O'Gara holding the lead ahead of Bo Schlens for the time being as the rest jostle for positions trying to get ahead. For the mini class, AJ Stoner ahead of Gage Harden, followed by Austin Taylor in 3rd, Cameron Johnson in 4th, with Titus Robert in 5th. Back to the micro class, we currently have Danny O'Gara, followed by Bo Schlens and Lincoln Wiley in 3rd. Correction, Bentley McCain in 3rd with Kason Hendrickson in 4th, Hendrick Ross in 5th, and Lincoln Wiley in 6th. Reagan Hodges in 7th with Miles Wilson in 8th. For your mini class, it is currently a 4-dog fight out front, with the leaders bumper to bumper, but Austin Taylor right there with 4th place, ready for anything to happen. For micro, Danny O'Gara leads by about 8 kart lengths. For the next kart, 3rd, Jason Hendrickson. For the battle mini, coming up to 10 laps to go, Gage Harden is out by just a hair in front of AJ Stoner and Austin Taylor, trying to work together to the front. Cameron Johnson in 5th with Titus Roberts. Cameron Johnson in 4th with Titus Roberts in 5th. Danny O'Gara leads the microclass class ahead of Bo Schlend, Kason Hendrickson in 3rd, Lincoln Riley in 4th, Bentley McCain in 4th. With this race coming 8 laps to go, KA Senior, you should be on grid B with 206 Masters on pre-grid behind them. KA Junior, please start making your way to the pits, getting ready. For the battle in mini, it looks like Gage Harden is still in the lead. AJ Stoner and AJ Taylor right behind as they head towards the backstretch, but they're going to start gaining on lap traffic, which may be a large factor here as they all try to continue and fight ahead. Blue flags getting ready to come out for the microclass ahead of our minis right here, where the 0 leads from the 14, followed by the 24. All 3 karts are pretty much nose to tail as they begin to go through the S section with lap traffic right ahead. As the lap traffic is now battling themselves, we got a kart around. Thankfully, everyone makes it through safely. But who will that stir up front? It looks like the 0 snuck through okay, but now we've got the 14 and the 24 battling hard behind. The 14 makes it through the lap traffic, but the 24 is stuck behind for another corner. Meanwhile, for the micro class, Danny O'Gara leads from Bo Schlend by 4.5 seconds, with Kason Hendrickson right by Bo Schlend as they fight it out for the next spot. And with that, Kason Hendrickson makes it past Bo Schlend for 2nd place in micro. Back to mini after all the lap traffic, AJ Stoner and Austin Taylor got stuck behind, meaning Cameron Johnson moves up to 3rd, and Gage Harden is in the lead by over 1.7 seconds. Gage Hardin, your mini Swift leader, comes to get the 2 to go for Gage Hardin. AJ Stoner is just 0.6 behind, and Austin Taylor on his way up, 3 seconds behind, ready to pounce. Titus Robertson P4 for mini with Cameron Johnson right behind. Your micro leader is still Danny O'Gara with Kason Hendrickson right behind. Bo Schlenz in 3rd and Lincoln Riley in 4th and Bentley McCann in 5th. With Micro Mini wrapping up KA Senior, you should be on grid already with 206 Master to pre-grid. 206 Master to the grid. With KA Junior, start thinking about heading to the pits. Meanwhile, the fight for the lead as the 14 of AJ Stoner has passed Gage in the 0. He's pulled about a 2-kart length lead as it expands as they go down to the backstretch. Even despite the lap traffic earlier, AJ Stoner has taken control of the mini race. Headed down to the southern hairpin uncontested, he moves to the final sector of the track. AJ Stoner is your mini Swift leader with Gage Hardin right behind in 2nd and Austin Taylor finishing the podium. Titus Roberts will finish 4th for mini and Cameron Johnson as well in 5th. Coming to the line, Danny O'Gara is your winner for mini Swift with Kason Hendrickson just behind 2/10. Bo Schlenz finishing in 3rd, Lincoln Wiley 4th, Bentley McCann 5th, Leah Simonelik 6th, with Will Fetchinger 7th, Miles Wilson 8th, Hendrick Ross 9th, and Reagan Hodges in 10th.
Locked and loaded.
Somebody give him some competition. I want to see something. Who's the 94? 942.
That's Mason, 3rd winner.
Here comes your KA100 Senior and Masters with Chase Jones on pole with Mason Serger on the outside. Matt Dean back in 3rd with Braden Heber alongside him. Carson Sauter starting in 5th and Bane Bennett the 2nd in 6th. Joshua Nelson in 7th. Back for KA Masters, we have Kenneth Owens starting on pole with Austin Fairfield on the outside. With KA Senior on track, 206 Masters to grid. You are on the grid now. KA Junior on pre-grid with 206 Senior Medium, wanting to start making your way to the pits. Here comes your front row with Chase Jones and Mason Surgener coming up to the lanes to get ready for the green flag. Green, green, green as Chase Jones leads the field into turn 1. Bumping and shuffling, both MPG karts are in 1-2 with top kart right behind, driven by Matt Dean in third. Braden Heber back there in fourth is trying to work his way up as Chase Jones exits first onto the backstretch. Braden Heber gives Matt Dean a nice bump down the backstretch through the switchback as we're now headed down to the Daytona turn. No one thinking about sending it. Austin Fairfield leading your Masters. Chase Jones leads up the hill with Mason Surgener about 1 kart length behind. Matt Dean falling back to third with Carson Sauter right behind. Each driver taking a different line through the high-speed curves, now exiting onto the backstretch. Chase Jones about with a 1.5 kart length advantage as they're headed towards the Daytona turn. Matt Dean waiting to pounce in third, seeing if the leaders can fight for anything, lose any kind of time, and then he's there waiting for the win. Up at the front, Chase Jones now starting to extend his lead a few kart lengths over Mason Surgener. Right behind is Matt Dean in third, with Carson Sauter trying to work his way up into the podium, but he has Braden Heber and Brain Bennett the second right behind. Austin Fairfield ahead of Joshua Nelson with Kenneth Owens right behind.
Is Pam there?
Behind Chase Jones, Mason and Matt Dean are getting close. Starting to battle out for who's going to win second place behind Chase Jones. But who knows, Chase Jones may counter an issue, and then the two are right there for the win. Chase Jones, meanwhile, continues to extend his lead, while Mason and Matt continue to battle it out with Carson Sauter, Braden Heber, Bane Bennett right behind. Back for second, Matt Dean and Mason are battling out side by side through turns 1, 2, 3. Mason will hold on to the position, but Matt Dean is right there to get the launch onto the backstretch using the draft. Chase Jones takes it 3 to go. 3 more laps to go. Chase Jones 5 seconds ahead of the battling Mason and Matt for second and third. Carson Sauter just a little bit ahead of Braden Heber and Bane Bennett as they try to fight for 4th place. Austin Fairfield leading KA Masters with Joshua Nelson right behind in KA Senior. White flag is out for Chase Jones. Right behind Mason and Matt have been going at it. And here they are for the final lap, deciding their final positions for this AA Senior Final. Defending on the inside, Mason tries to push Matt to the outside next corner. Now they're side by side, touching each other into the grass. Mason may have pinched Matt a little bit there, but they're still together, facing the right direction. Going onto the backstretch for the last time, Mason has about 3 karts ahead of Matt Dean as they head into the switchback. Meanwhile, out front, Chase Jones keeps on pulling away. Down into the hairpin, Mason defends, about kart length ahead of Matt Dean as they head down to the inner hairpin for the final time. Out front, Chase Jones will be your KA Senior 100 winner. Second place will go to Mason, with Matt Dean right behind. Carson Sauter will be the first person off the podium in P4, with Baines Bennett the second and fifth, and Brayden Hebert in sixth. Austin Fairfield is your KA Master winner, and Joshua Nelson wrapping up the field. .206 Masters will be on track next, which means KA Junior, he will be on grid. KA Junior to the grid with .206 Senior Medium on pre-grid. Here we are on track now with Briggs 206 Masters. Matt Geist will start on pole with Adam Dietz on the outside. Matthew Burpo on the inside of row 2 with Schaefer to his right. Jeremy Hood on the third row with Troy Toney. Stephen Taylor and Brandon LePen in 7th and 8th with Brian Williams, Kevin Simonelik in 9th and 10th. Here we are coming up with Matt Geist and Adam Dietz leading the field through the lanes, getting ready for the green flag. Matt Geist goes and the flag is green as they head down into turn 1. Geist holds the inside perfectly as he fans out, preparing for the next corner. Meanwhile, Dietz and Burpo are side by side, continuing to go through. The rest of the field is now single file as they expand to go down the backstretch, while Geist has about a 3 or 4 kart lead ahead of Adam Dietz. At the end of your first lap, Matt Matt Geis will continue to lead ahead of Adam Dietz with Matthew Burple right behind, Michael Schaefer in fourth with Jeremy Hood fifth, Troy Tony, Stephen Taylor, Braden LePen, Brian Williams, and Simonelik wrapping up the field. "11 laps remaining, while Matt Geis leads by 1.6 seconds to Adam D. Matthew Burple right behind him. Jeremy Hood in fourth and Troy Tony rounds out your top five. Michael Schaefer and Stephen Taylor in sixth and seventh, while Brian Williams, Braden LePen, and Kevin Simonelik are 8th, 9th, 10th. Just over halfway to go, Matt Geist leads over Jeremy Hood by 3 seconds, but Adam Dietz is right behind him. Matthew Burpo is in P4 with Troy Toney right behind in 5th. As we have a fight for the final podium positions back in the field, Dietz, Burpo, and Schrafer get together. They're all pointing the right direction still, but they're all a bit separated behind Geist even more now. Matt Geist is now followed by Adam Dietz with Jeremy Hood and Matthew Burpo right behind. Troy Toney still in 5th. Back in the pack again, Dietz, Schaefer, and Burpo are all nose to tail again. Schaefer looks to the inside of Burpo, and he gets it. Adam Dietz lifts off the corner. Looks like he has an issue and is coming into the pits. Dietz is out. Matt Geist is now followed by Jeremy Hood and Matthew Burpo. Matt Geist is your leader, followed by Jeremy Hood, Matthew Burpo, Troy Toney, and Braden LePen. Stephen Taylor, Michael Schaefer in 7th, Brian Williams, Adam Dietz, and Kevin Simonelli. White flag is out for Matt Geist, who's 5 seconds ahead of the next kart. Here comes Jeremy Hood and Matthew Burpo as they fight for 2nd and 3rd on the podium. Going very defensive into the turn 1 is Troy Toney as he tries to make Matthew Burpo go around the outside, but that momentum is now giving him almost a chance at 2nd. Thinking about a way to get around Troy as they head to the backstretch, Burpo is ready with the bumper. Here he goes around the outside, now headed towards the switchback. Burpo lifts, gets right back behind, trying to think where he can stick the nose in. There they are going defensive down into the southern hairpin, now to the inner hairpin. Jeremy Hood is still ahead. Burpo right there trying to over-under. Doesn't look like it'll be enough, while Matt Geist is your 206 Masters winner. Jeremy Hood wins by just half a kart length as Matthew Burpo is third. Apologies, but Troy Tony in fourth. Stephen Taylor is fifth, followed by Braden LePen. Michael Schaefer will finish seventh, and Brian Williams eighth, Kevin Simonelli in ninth. 206 Masters is now complete, meaning KA Junior is on grid about to go out. So 206 Senior Medium will take the grid with 206 Masters Heavy Super on pre-grid.
The guy braked right after the trim line, and then I had to I couldn't get around him because he was already on the he was on the outside and I was on the outside, and they were like too wide. So then I didn't hit him. It was my ball, and I got loose. Then I made it back, and then I was beside this guy, and he just turned into it.
Dang it.
What's up, bro? He's just tired.
He weighs 399.
Yeah. Damn, you're fat as hell.
Hey, I've been waiting for a 5 months.
Hey, mad respect, bro. Mad respect.
Yeah, Bruce and I were looking like it was teetering on 99 and 400, and then it stopped at 99. Both Bruce and I were just like, hell yeah.
Dude, my right side is destroyed right now. Well, you're pretty much leaning like this half the race. And she did.
Heading on track now is KA Junior, which means 206 Senior Medium to grid and Heavy Masters Super Masters to pre-grid. Starting on pole is Cash Perkins, followed by Braden Zires. Landon Buer is third and Ryan Mort fourth. Dane Van Dyke will be starting fifth with Charlie Myers, Chase Harlow, Jackson Deal, Lucien Laser, Maddox Hooper. Getting ready to go here, slowing down before the lanes. Again, Cash Perkins on pole with Braden on the outside. Landon Buer and Ryan Mort, teammates on the second row with Dane Van Dyke and Charlie Myers behind. Green flag is out. There they go. Had a slight checkup in the back of the field. Looks like Landon Buer is up to second, right behind Cash. Cash launching multiple kart links out ahead out of the first few corners. Slight shuffling in turn. Coming down to the inner hairpin for the first time, Cash leads right ahead of Landon, but the 809 of Braden is right behind, ready. Ryan Mort is down to fourth, but Dane Van Dyke is right behind with Jackson Deal, Chase Harlow, Maddox Hooper, Charlie Myers, and Lucien Laser. The 809 of Braden right behind Landon Buer, pushing each other down towards the southern hairpin, trying to catch up to Cash, who's in the lead by about 0.4 of a second. Attention in the pits. If you place on the podium, don't forget to go pick up your plaque that you won today. Braden and Landon dropped back 1/10 that lap, but Ryan Mort is gaining on the front pack. Dane Van Dyke, Jackson Deal, and Chase Harlow all green that last lap. Twelve laps to go, looking back out at the front, Landon is gaining on Cash and has dumped Braden behind him. Ryan Moore has Dane Van Dyke and Jackson Deal right behind. The 863 under pressure from the 820 with the 809 right behind. Cash, Landon, and Braden all holding the podium positions at the time, but Ryan Moore and Dane Van Dyke are ready to strike. Looking to the back, Dane Van Dyke tried to stick nose in on Ryan Mort while the other car behind did the same, but everyone's holding in the same position still, while Landon up at the front is on the number of Cash. Right behind Cash and Landon is the fastest kart on track right now, which is Braden with the 44.7. Fastest lap time currently, he said on the last lap, while Cash and Landon are battling out front. He can sit behind and just take advantage of the large pocket of air that they're poking. Heading through the backstretch, Landon with the straight line speed to give Cash multiple bumps down to the straight. But Braden is right there, ready to pounce. All three karts nearly nose to tail as Landon gets in on the inside, headed down to the inner hairpin. Landon takes the lead. Landon, once ahead, has pulled out about 2 or 3 kart length advantage as they head down into turn 1. Further back and forth, Dane Van Dyke and Jackson have gotten around Ryan Moore, who's now down in 6th. Chase Harlow and Charlie Myers are battling for 7th and 8th, while Maddox Hooper and Lucien Laser round out the top 10. Just over halfway to go, Landon Buer's 2.5 tenths ahead of Braden and Cash. Braden and Cash trying to work their way back up ahead of the leader with Dane Van Dyke and Jackson Deal right behind. Ryan Moore trying to push his way into the top 5 with Chase Harlow and Charlie Myers right behind. Just 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go as the leaders catch lap traffic. Landon tries to get around the best way that he can, sends it around the outside and makes it through. May have lost a little time to Braden right there, but Braden is right behind, just 2.5 tenths still. Meanwhile, Cash is under attack from Dane Van Dyke. His tires came in a little bit early and have fallen off through the rest of this race. Dan Van Dyke is ready to pounce right behind as he's thinking about going to the inside, not this lap. Landon coming up the hill for the white flag. Here they come down in the first corner for the last time. Dane Van Dyke just half a kart length behind Cash. He's trying to look in to get onto the last step of the podium. You see he goes wide and Cash goes to the inside. Dan Van Dyke tries to overrun to him, takes advantage of the momentum and gains on him. Sticks out, takes a more aggressive line through the next corner. Still right on the rear bumper, trying to get to his inside. Is not there, but he's right behind the bumper as they go onto the backstretch for the last time. Drafting, gaining. There he is right on the rear bumper, but if you look ahead, Landon is still in control of Braden right behind. Just 2 kart lengths separate them. Braden might send it. He does not. Landon goes defensive. Here they are coming up the hill, and Landon is going to win here today. Braden comes right home in second. Cash in third, with Dane Van Dyke right behind in fourth. The 894 of Jackson will finish 5th, and Ryan Mort 6th, with Chase Harlow in 7th and Charlie Myers in 8th. Lucian Laser finishing in 9th, with Maddox Hooper 10th. That leaves 206 Senior Medium on the grid now, about to head out to track, and 206 Masters Heavy, Super Heavy, please head to the grid.
Solid, with the exception of that light race. That cannot happen, and it wasn't one incident. There was 5 in that race that were embarrassing. I mean, I'm begging you guys to give each other just a tick more space and not run every lap like it's the white flag. Just there's so many opportunities around here now, and you don't have to literally drive into each other. I mean, this is a great field. There's a good majority of this field who can run up front, no question about it. And it's not pointed at any one person right now. I'm just asking for a little bit of mercy to get through my day and not leave here totally pissed off. All right? So go have a great race. Thanks for everything, and see you at the end.
Getting ready here for the big race, Briggs LO206 Senior Medium. On pole, we have Adam Maxwell, followed by Braden Johnson, Mark Steele, Eli Fox in 4th, with Evan McCorkindale, Jared Howerton, Brennan Hanville, and Dylan Howerton in 8th. Cal Raymond, Tyler Kearns is 10th, Gavin Barrett 11th, Braden Mayfield 12th, Brady Sappenfield, Mason Green, and Clay Settles will round out your field. The 206 Senior Medium on track, Masters Heavy, Super Heavy, please be on grid for your race. Here they come up the hill for the first time, getting ready to start their race. Crawling ahead through the yellow flags to the lines before the green flag. As the field splits, there we go, green, green, green. Adam Maxwell on the inside. Everyone's playing nice so far, too wide in turn 2 as Adam Maxwell starts to pull ahead. Howerton gets stuck on the outside of a corner, loses a few spots, but there he goes again as we have 3 karts going backwards in the back of the field. In third place, Eli Fox looking in with McCorkindale right behind, trying to push as far ahead as they can. Adam Maxwell with Braden Johnson, a 1-2 at the moment. So at the end of your first lap, Adam Maxwell from Braden Johnson to Eli Fox in third, with Mark Steele and Evan McCorkindale for your top 5, Brendan Hanville, Jared Howerton, Kyle Raymond, Dylan Howerton, and Braden Mayfield for your top 10. Pushing ahead at the front are the AMAX karts as Maxwell and Braden Johnson keep on pushing ahead. Right behind is Eli Fox and Mark Steele with a gap they need to make up. One, two, three, four, all nose to tail with the gap closed. Everyone looking for the top step of the podium here as McCorkindale with the 507 right behind trying to push to join that lead pack and take advantage of the draft. 34 Mark Steele looked to the inside of Eli Fox and is now moved up to P3 with Eli Fox down to P4. Up to the front, the 34 is now working on the 26 of Braden Johnson as he is separated from the rear bumper of Adam Maxwell a little bit, leaving him exposed to the draft behind. The top 8 just a second and a half apart as they come up to the timing line for 12 more laps to go. McCorkindale trying to lift his body, play with the center of gravity, and get as far ahead as he can, trying to get the momentum from his engine to increase the revs. Adam Maxwell still ahead of Braden Johnson with Mark Steele right behind and Eli Fox in 4th. Evan McCorkindale in 5th and Brendan Hanville in 6th, trying to push ahead with Jared Howerton, Cal Raymond, and Dylan Howerton right behind.
I'm starting to cramp up down my back, cramp in my arms. I've been on the fence earlier and I got off the fence.
Adam Maxwell leading, coming up to 10 laps to go with his teammate Braden Johnson right behind. Mark Steele and Eli Fox with McCorkindale, Brennan Hanville, Jared Howerton, and Kyle Raymond all together trying to push ahead and catch the 2 leaders. After some first lap contact, Gavin Barrett, Brady Sabenfield, and Mason Greed are still all together trying to push together. Continuing to lead, Adam Maxwell leads Braden Johnson to the halfway point of this race. Mark Steele and Evan McCorkindale with Eli Fox as your top 5, with Brennan Hanville, Jared Howerton, and Kyle Raymond for the top 8. Your front 6, nose to tail, all trying to fight for the win. Judging by the finish of our last race, you'll never know who's going to win, so you always want to be as high in the field as you possibly can be. Looking back to the front, we've had a brief lead change where Adam Maxwell drops back to 3rd, but we still have Braden Johnson in the lead with Mark Steele right behind. Evan McCorkindale is 4th with Eli Fox in 5th. Mark Steele pushing Braden Johnson as far out as they can have built up a brief gap to Adam Maxwell right behind. Eli Fox stuck in a battle with Brendan Hanville and Evan McCorkindale for the 4th and 5th positions. Kart starting to get more aggressive towards the front as Mark Steele looks to the inside as Braden Johnson has the lead coming through the next few sequence of corners, where now Mark Steele will lead from Braden Johnson and Adam Maxwell. Right behind is Evan McCorkindale and Brendan Hanville with Eli Fox all ready to get onto the podium. Jared Howardson sitting in 7th with Kyle Raymond, Dylan Howardson, Gavin Baird rounding out the top 10. Two laps to go for your leader, Mark Steele, as he leads Braden Johnson and Adam Maxwell across the last few miles of this track. Mark taking more defensive line through turn 2, 3, and 4. Now has Braden Johnson and Adam Maxwell still right on his bumper as they try to launch the best they can onto the backstretch. Bumping into the brake zone, Mark gets pushed behind the 26 and the 141 down in the southern hairpin. After the contact, this leaves the next pack to 5 cars right behind the top 3, leaving anyone's race at this point. White flag is out as they head into the first corner for the final time. Braden Johnson just ahead of Adam Maxwell with Mark Steele right behind, but Corkindale trying to look in. Braden Johnson getting a good launch off the corner, builds up a bit of a gap from his teammate, but now has to go defensive as here they are pushing into the bank turn. 141 of Adam Maxwell looking defensive, trying to keep Mark behind. Mark trying the over-under, having momentum on the outside, but gets pinched. Coming to the inner hairpin, the 141 goes defensive or attacks his teammate, but it looks like they'll check up. 26 is your winner, followed by the 141 of Adam Maxwell. Mark Steele is the final podium position with Evan McCorkindale in 4th. Eli Fox is 5th with Jared Howardson, Al Raymond, and Brendan Hanville for your top 8. Dylan Howardson 9th with Gavin Baird 10th and Brandon Mayfield in 11th. Mason Green 12th. Here we are for the final race of the day. Briggs 206 Masters Heavy. On poles, Derek Hastings with Troy Toney right behind, and Michael Schaefer behind Derek Hastings. Josh Lockhart starting in P4. For the second class, we have Danny Cutshaw leading in first with Joe Stevens and Tom Stevens behind him. Don't forget, if you have borrowed a transponder, please return it after the race, as well as pick up your plaque if you finished on a podium position. Here we are slowing down, coming up to the start. Again with Derek Hastings and Troy Toney on the front row. Green, green, green as Derek Hastings will lead into turn 1. Troy Toney tries to get him around the outside, but it looks like Michael Schaefer's got a good look on the inside, following Derek Hastings.
Matt or Derek?
For the second group, Joe Stevens and Tom Stevens almost both jumped Danny Cutshaw, but it looks like Joe Stevens at the head. Leading the first lap is Derek Hastings with Troy Toney right behind. Michael Schaefer behind him and Josh Lockhart looking for the podium. Coming to 9 laps to go, Derek Hastings is still in the lead by 4 seconds ahead of Troy Toney, Michael Schaefer, and Josh Lockhart. For your Super Heavy Masters, Tom Stevens leads from Danny Cutshaw and Joe Stevens. As we go just over halfway, Derek Hastings is still leading by 6 seconds to Troy Toney. Michael Schaefer is in third with Josh Lockhart right behind in fourth. Tom Stevens leads Super Heavy with Danny Cutshaw and Joe Stevens just pulled off the track. 2 more laps to go. 2 more laps to go as Derek Hastings has a 7-second lead ahead of the next kart. Troy Tony in P2 with Schaefer in P3 right behind. Josh Lockhart in P4. Tom Stevens still leads in Super Heavy with Danny Cutshaw right behind. Here comes Derek Hastings to the timing line for the very last time. Here comes our flagman. There they are.
There they are.
Congratulations to Derek Hastings and Troy Tony and Michael Schaefer on their podiums as they pass the dual flagman. Right behind is Josh Lockhart with Tom Stevens and Danny Cutshaw. Thank you to everybody race here today. If you borrowed one of our transponders, please return it back up front. And congratulations to all of our podium finishers. Don't forget your plaques. Everyone have a great evening and a safe drive home. Thank you.
Seriously, though, you guys did fantastic on short rest, long turnaround, long days. I think today was one of the smoothest and best rain days we've had all year.